Are we ready? I know I am. So, whether or not you are, it's time for another episode of the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Hey, my name is Adam. You are the Pixel Pals. I've already said the name of the show, so without further ado, it's time to go. Welcome, everyone, to the Monday edition of the stream. Today, we're going to be working on more Insignia dev. I will be locking in a little bit later on in the stream, but pretty soon off the top, we've got a meeting with our sound effect artist on one of our mid bosses, which we can get through. Be nice to catch up. What did I do over the weekend? Bits and pieces, for the most part. I did not sleep well last night. I'm a little bit dizzy, a bit lightheaded today. Don't know why. Maybe just lack of enough sleep. But you know, that's life. Work-wise, I've been planning on maybe doing a bit more of the visual effects stuff. Oh, I worked on a video, released a video over the weekend, and it's doing quite well. Very happy. I want to say, that's right, that's what I did. I actually recorded that video on Wednesday and edited it. And I spent a lot of time, way more than usual, on the thumbnail. We'll talk about that a bit later, if at all. I want to say a big welcome to everybody who's here in chat. Virtue versus Vice, McChoquette. We've got Syracuse. We've got Virtue versus Vice with the most recent sub. Thank you so much. And a 125 stream watch streak. Insane. Thank you so much. Also, big thanks to Art Saranch for the most recent follow. Thank you so much. Okay. So we got a meeting. I want to say, actually, I could just message him. Oh, hang on. Whoops. Probably should just send that message first as well. Sorry, everyone on the Discord who's waiting for that message. I'm ready to go. Pretty much now. Whenever. Yeah, I might queue up a sound effect meeting so that we have it when we're ready to go. Hey, Pixels Murphy. Google Meet has changed from green to yellow, and it's making me upset. I don't like it. Why did they do that? Hey, Alalachi. Welcome. So let's talk about I was having one thing that's kind of, oh, actually, hang on a second. That's not right. I can't use that link. Oh, good thing I didn't send it yet. Sorry, setting up a meeting for a bit later. 2 minutes, cool. Yeah, one thing that is interesting is my brother has returned. He has been away for a few months, actually, working on different films in and around the region, but not in my hometown. So he's just come back, and Pat's pretty special to me, obviously being my brother, but he's like the closest person I have who knows as much as anybody about like Insignia and that kind of thing. So we had a chat last night over dinner, just talking about the project, and I've been I suppose, musing about what to do with the project for a little bit now. And I don't know, I guess I'm going back and forth in my mind over certain things. It's very hard to balance in my head the different kinds of scope against different production values, and to know inherently what the velocity would be if we changed certain things. I just find that a really, I guess, daunting prospect to try to like validate. And I've been kind of just feeling like my confidence is not great, and maybe because I didn't sleep last night, it's kind of like a little bit more shaky than it otherwise would be. I'm quite, I don't know if there's much else to say actually on it. Like, I just think that the resolution that I've been coming up with every time I have a conversation with anybody about the project and what I want to do with it, I find myself saying, well, I just have to make the team bigger, and I just have to roll the dice and do my best as a director and see what happens. And I think that that's just it. Like, I think that might just be all I can do. It's almost like that's what directing is. And at the same time, I still do need to do my due diligence. Ooh, say that 3 times fast. Do need to do due diligence to make sure that what we scope, is achievable, and that I do have people lined up to take those roles, and that it's not just a wish and a prayer, So there are multiple de-risking exercises that I need to kind of maintain and continue to engage in to make sure that I'm doing my best. One of them is like making the game as small as possible, making the team as capable as possible, asking for as much runway and contingency as I can. In the meantime, I think I just also I just want to make sure that the game is heading in the right direction and is good. And I don't know, recently I've been sort of looking at other titles and seeing kind of like what they're doing, and whether or not there's like some sort of junction or gap that I can cross, or some pivot I can make to make it easier. I don't know. I guess that's just musing at that point, really. It's not really something you can mitigate beyond what you can do. It feels very frustrating that I can't like mentally solve some of this stuff. You know what I mean? It's kind of what I want to do, but I love to do that in general. But yeah, I guess it's just not like, at a certain point you can't just pre-solve. You have to just sort of know. All right, we're going into hang on. There's that. Where's OBS? Is there? Cool. We're going into a meeting now. So let's jump in. Hello.
Hello.
Hey, how's it going?
I'm doing well. How about you?
Not great today. Just didn't get enough sleep
okay.
last night, but otherwise not too bad.
All right. Well, I pushed Aru effigies. Aru. I'm not sure if I'm saying
Aru.
that right. Aru.
Yeah.
Fully.
Uh-huh.
So I have some feedback for myself, but
Okay. Give me
I'll let you throw
one
search
second.
engine in as well.
Article importer. I'll do that, and then I will pull any changes that we've got. How have you been?
I've been good. I've been playing Mina the Hollower.
Oh, how is it?
I'm loving it.
Did Jake Kaufman do the audio?
4 hours of
Wow.
new music. I think it's his best work. I don't want to glaze too much. But like,
Well, if anyone's going to be
I'm a big
glazing, it
fan.
probably should. I mean, you're probably the best positioned person to glaze on it, since yeah, your styles align. Insignia graph. Probably just take this one. Sorry. Cool. Okay. Would it be better to, I guess, jump into the game or check through Fmod? Do you have a preference for how we look at these things?
Yeah, you can if you want to check out how it feels in game.
Okay.
I think that
Just
would be
close that. Sweet. Alrighty. Now, obviously, you're pretty much ahead of me in terms of fidelity on this, so I will have to. I mean, I know I can. What's the word? Use my imagination for the animations. I hope chat can do that too. So let's have a listen. Nice. That sounded good. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, all of the Foley sounds are really good so far, at least. I'm not sure if I heard all of them at this point, but everything that I've been hearing is really good. The texture of it's great. And it falls in line with what we've been trying to do in terms of having like the larger sounds be a bit more realistic. So it's certainly one of the larger sound producing things in the game. Yeah, I mean, I really like it. In terms of the hurt sound, maybe I still feel like there's like a step we'll need to do at some point. And it could just be, again, I think this is where I left it last time, on my side, in terms of like having there be a threshold for the amount of damage or like a state transition where we hear that hurt state, the hurt sound, as opposed to every hit. But, that aside, maybe, I mean, let me listen to it. Yeah, it sounds great. Let's try that again. Hang on. Yeah. Oh, it's not making the sound. Okay. Maybe that was just me misinterpreting what it was doing.
maybe he's listening.
Cool. Yeah, he heard us. He got embarrassed. Cool. Well, we can discuss that, I think, anyway, at a later point. I think the balance of it and when we hear it is not that big of a deal. Yeah, I mean, so far it's all going really great. I don't have any like critical feedback for the Foley at all. It's sounding perfect. So yeah, I guess the next beat will have to be me delegating on the like special effect sounds. And maybe I'll see if I can have some like a brief for that, maybe like by tomorrow, if that's okay.
Sure, for like the charge and the not the charge,
It's all right.
the
The special
laser,
move, the one that I haven't defined very
charging
well.
the laser.
Yeah, you don't have
and
to.
charging up the intro. Yeah.
The thing, well, the stuff that I haven't yet explained properly. Yeah, I haven't been like I haven't been doing much work on this particular part of the game, so I feel like I'm dragging the feet a little bit here. But you're doing really good work.
Thank you.
Cool. From here, I don't have any other like specific feedback. I think did you receive the bill from the invoice? Has that come through yet?
I did, yes.
Awesome. Sweet. Well, I'll let you get back to Mina the Hollower.
All right.
All right. Next time we chat, you can let me know a bit more about, or we can talk about it on Discord or something. I really want to play it. Are you playing it on a TV or on like a handheld device?
I'm playing it on PC.
Oh, okay.
But I have found that I'd like to make the window smaller.
Yeah, I've heard that. That
Just
is crazy.
because the pixels are like so big.
Yeah.
When it's full screen. Maybe if I was sitting far away from a TV, it wouldn't be so bad. But
yeah,
it's so much more readable when it's like handheld size.
That's the first time I've heard someone say that. Well, about a game. Like you're not the first person to say it about this game, but it's funny that that's a recurring sentiment of like the pixels are just too big. It's crazy.
Yeah, I feel like Yacht Club's art style is also quite detailed.
There's a lot of high contrast. The black versus the like bright punchy colors.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it worked on like the 3DS for Hollow Knight, but yeah, I guess there's a lot of like they're packing a lot of content into these screens, and maybe just like the depth is something that what's the word? The depth is something that just is harder to pass because there's just more stuff on screen, maybe top down as well.
Although I do have to say, playing, I was worried about like because of the verticality and the top down. I was like, oh, this is gonna be hard to read. But I've actually been quite impressed with how like easy it is to tell.
Cool. Well, I want to have a play. Once I've played it a little bit, I'll let you know if I agree.
Sounds good. I'll let you get back.
No worries. Thanks, Elias. Good work.
Thank you.
Bye.
I'll talk to you later.
Fake Coffee says, hello. I never got to ask this, but what is your plan for Eliza Apple Pie in said game? In said game? You're talking about this game? Your question's a bit hard to interpret. Like the Clinkers reward? Can barely hear. You should be able to hear me. I should be coming through. I've got it written as put OC in the game, Eliza Apple Pie. So we can do like an idle sprite, or we could do. I think you mentioned you had the sprite and you said it was like animal-like. So I think it would just be down to whether or not we wanted it to be like you can't do the OC, then add the quote, here lies. So up to you. I mean, we can make it. Yeah, that's okay. Full permission, right? So I think I would go for something impaled on a stake. I wouldn't do that. I think I could put this as a character. I think I could put this as a character in chapter 3. Sort of like an NPC, not necessarily with like a lot of speaking lines, if at all, but certainly like in the world. And I could have them looking pretty much the way they look right now. They could be just kind of like someone who is like maybe like a little bit of a furry, if that's okay. So like almost exactly how you've got them, with the tail and the things, but they'd be like, instead of being physical parts of her, they would be like, like a costume. For the antenna and the tail. Does that sound okay? Hey, Choco Tuesday. Thanks. I hoped it would be useful. How about I write that down? Not that. It was. Cool. How can your friend test the game out? I just hope you remember she's a herbivore who speaks in third person. She may not have many, or if at all, speaking lines, but I've got that written down, so don't worry about it. The game has like many NPCs, so it might be more like a background character. So something equivalent to like this or this or this. So they're not characters you can necessarily interact with, but they're there in the scene. Make sense? In that case, you know, whether or not, you can't see what these characters eat, so we might not know that she's a herbivore explicitly, but I won't have her eating any meat, if that's what you're worried about. Nateful, could I make my Clinker Game Edition a mallard duck with a trapper hat? You probably could. Have you got one? Have you already won Clinkers? I don't have you in here. N8. I got nothing under N8. A few years ago now. Did you have a different username at the time? I got a duck named Colin. I got a rubber duck. It's a flabbergast. Hag Camel says, when were you planning to ship this game? I'm planning to ship this game as soon as it's done, but that might require a bit of time because I didn't have a different username. It's okay. We can. I'm sure you're being honest. So this is an animal from not started for an 8th and mallard with a trapper hat. Okay, we can do it. Yeah, I mean, there's quite a bit of time ahead of us in terms of like what I might expect. So there's basically a big production sprint ahead of us. 3 chapters of the game don't really exist yet in terms of the content, like playable content. So I am looking for more funding so that I can hire more people to help me work on more content. So that's still more than a year away for that to be complete. I mean, it's fully up in the air. All right. So in order to do that, one of my high priorities this week is I really want to get a trailer out of just gameplay. And that means getting some of these water effects in the game. So what I have been doing today is trying to see if I can convince Copilot to fix a problem that I have been trying to work on for a while. So one of the things that I've done is I've made this I've asked it to make a little editor for me that takes a particle system like this, and then a sprite sheet from my animator, and then add the sprite sheet into the particle system. That's the first thing, because otherwise it takes ages to sit here and hook up each single one. So for example, this, if I press it now, bump, it'll just do that. And now, like, look at all the parts like that. I would have had to pass in one at a time, because you can't pass in textures as an array. So that's all good and well. The only problem I have is that start speed as well should be like much smaller. So you can see it's like doing it, and that's great. What I don't like is that the size is not something that works. Hag Camel says, if you just finish the current chapters and publish it like this, then working on the remaining chapters as DLC, could that help you with funding? It could, but I think the experience deserves to be one game, if that makes sense. There's like a whole different thing, a different kind of development if I do it that way, where I'm like making the game, using the game to make the game, releasing it multiple times. There's a lot of certification I would have to do with the different platforms. I need to still translate the game, release, like there's a lot of stuff in releasing the game that still requires like marketing and publishing to do. And so if I did it with just chapter 1 and 2, I'm not sure how that would what kind of situation that would create for the rest of it, and whether or not it would, I don't know what would happen. So I'm not sure. I think right now, like if I wanted to do that, I would really need to have like a big boss and like an arc to the story that felt like it had closure. And this doesn't. The first 2 chapters don't have that kind of closure. They're creating more problems that we solve later. So maybe as individual episodes. Yeah, like a Kickstarter we could do. That's also on my radar. I haven't committed to anything like that just yet, but certainly. All right, we're going to lock in now. Locking in. Let me take this. Locked in. Okay. So, what I'm trying to do right now, what the heck? What happened there? Excuse me. Okay. So what I'm trying to do is figure this out in such a way that the particles are always the correct size. My concern is that Armin run something about, this is doing some sort of like search indexing. Get out of here. My concern is that like even this it's doing something. The sprite editor is doing something where it's trimming like that when the particle system comes in. So I want to revert that. That's my concern, is that it's trimming. Armin run. And the problem with trimming is that if it is doing that, the sizes of these particles, like if I show you the particle system, or even just like this as it is right now, you can kind of see that like the particles don't include the white space. So I don't know how big these particles are when I'm spawning them. And because I don't know how big they are, it means that I don't know how big to set them up here. So here I've got starting size of 0.32, but like who knows what that is? That's just whatever. Like 0.32 pixels of what? You know, like Armin's height is like 0.48 technically in a lot of these. So like, is that the size? No. Like why 3.2? What is 3.2? You know, it's just like a random number that I just pulled out that looked right. It's not even right, technically. If I line it all up here, he's bigger there than he is there. So there's something off that I can't quite figure out. And yeah, I wanna do some research on it. Like I think I've literally been eyeballing this the entire time I've worked on Insignia. So let's ask when, and we'll make it a big thing here. When working with particle systems in Unity that have sprites, textures that use a sprite texture, how does the system do any kind of trimming? Actually, I wanted to check out Armin run. I wanted to check out if this on the base asset has something here, mesh type. Maybe if this was, oh, there you go. It's full rect versus tight. Ah, that is so annoying. So now if I make this like 0.96, that's the actual height. Oh, you bugger. Yeah, that's literally it. So the sprite importer that's our default is full rect. Okay, so some of the sprites might be set to tight from a long time ago, but right now they're in full rect, full bridge rectifier. So then I should be able to set up a particle system, and I should be able to say to this guy in agent mode, oh, what the heck? It was recording something. It was recording me. What did I do? How did I do that? Control I. Update this script with a button that resizes the particle system to match the dimensions of the sprites in the texture sheet. Control both the renderer size and the start size. We're vibing. You don't need to do that. I'll let him figure it out. All right. Well, then what I want to do is take my VFX Arc Splash 1 and VFX Arc Splash 2. And this should be actually very easy to import at that point, if that's all I have to do. This one, that looks so much like that. Is it the same? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Frame 5 looks like frame 5. No, they're different, but I just sort of mentally animated the same thing twice. Okay. I'm gonna call this 1 and call this 2. And then I'm just gonna I mean, I guess what we could do is just take this, make a new tag. Copy, paste, new tag 3. Find the folder where this exists. Close it. Save this as arcsplash. Get rid of 2. Reopen this. Now we have 1, 2, 3. I think we can take the canvas size and shrink it down by 32 pixels. And then we've got 1, 2, 3. And then I also had the bubble one, which I think we could almost use, but for now I'll just use these. Okay, let's see what this is doing. Added to editor controls, resize, render a size multiplier, start size multiplier, added new button, resize particle to sprite sheets, implemented resize logic in that validates the particle system, sheet sprite entries, reads its dimensions, max width, height, when sprites differ, applies. Okay, sounds good. Let's see what happened. That's not what I want, but let's see if it works. .96, .96, .96, .96, .96. Okay, I mean, that's not even close, mate. So that's what I don't get. 0.96 sounds about right, but then why is that so wrong? Is that right? I think those pixels are correct. That might be right. Yeah, I think that's okay. Those pixels are correct. Bezos's rocket. Good. Sweet. So now the hopeful thing I can do here is say water, splash, go here, 3 files, export. They are 64 by 64s. I got this, I say 64 by 64. And I literally just go 1, 2, 3, drag them in. And I'll get 3 sheets. 1, 2, 3. And then I can go to my particle system. And go to water splash. And then just go. Yay! And resize. Now, is that correct? See, those look huge to me. Am I crazy? If I bring in Armin, is he really that small compared to them? The first one gets to almost his height. I mean, I guess that's right. What else could it be? 64, 64, 64. So it is right. And then I think, yeah, I think that's okay. All right. So we're going to take Ensign Fire Effect, which has this on it. I'm going to take that. I'm going to remove that. Click that. Put that there. Replace, resize. And then I have this particle system, which I need to put on the default. And then why so small? Well, that's a bit upsetting, isn't it? It's just gone. Everything's here. How upsetting. It's not even like, it doesn't even look like it's trying. Let's instead maybe try another particle. Okay. I mean, it looks like literally nothing is happening. Pre-warm, nope. Speed, nope. Size, nope. Lifetime, nope. Direction, color, nope. Mission. Aha. Okay. So this is about distance then. I'm supposed to be doing that. Cool. Okay. So if I take that and then put another one underneath it, or, well, take this one, splash 2. Dude, tools are so valuable. God. I just press a button, 2 buttons, and now I have like a whole thing. I can just do that, and now I got multiple splashes. Holy. Now, I think the big one could be more like, maybe it's like 3 to 5, all of them. The problem is they'll all just spawn at the exact same time. I want them to be offset. Start delay. That's not going to change distance, is it? I bet it won't. Oh, it kind of did though. Not quite right, is it? Could slow them down slightly. It looks great going up. I think it's just maybe a couple things. One is that it's too noisy at the end. The little droplets are just like not easy to track. The colors are spot on. Colors are amazing. But too noisy. If you were to do like a sword swing, it just doesn't look right. I can't see that being something that would follow someone's attack. Doesn't look right. it needs to be like, unfortunately, the struggle here is that you would want something smaller, but I don't think I can create the flow of water smaller. Water is so particular, literally speaking, that I think it's going to have to be more like the bubble, so less mobile. That's my sense. It's just doing too much. They're moving too much. And there's also something like, if we look at the fire, yeah, we've talked about changing based on direction. I think it's not even that. You know, fire is very like, poof. But the water, I think, is more like, you don't expect water to come from nowhere. So I think there's like a story, a visual story about how it spawns into the world, how it exists in the world, and how it is removed from the world, which is something that we don't currently have. We don't have an explanation visually for how that happens. So the sprites themselves aren't moving. Not much anyway. They're barely moving at all. But because we're looking at the effect as something that is moving, we're not seeing the spray. Yeah. There is a... I do have these spray particles. These little guys. Maybe I'll bring them in.
But if it's your fate, then every step forward will always be a step closer to home.
Yeah. So the idea here is that you take this and you go. There's a bit of spray there as well. That way you get some of that drift. It's not a lot right now, but it's playing a lot more nicely with the idea of the velocity inheriting the spray. I think I just need like a version of this that uses like this color, maybe, or even gradients through it, color over lifetime. Uses like this and is more like 8. And then I think it's just a matter of making the individual water bits just less. They're just doing too much. The offshoot water, this stuff can't be part of it. So maybe we can see what we can do just by removing the like additional bits. It makes it easier to animate anyway if I'm gonna do that. So let's take Armin out of here. And then just like all of this kind of thing. Just goes. And I think I'll try to keep a lot of this noise down anyway. So it becomes now more like that, which is simpler. And I need one that's just vertical. I think there's too much going on here. So let's just do that. And that should auto update everywhere. We might lose a sheet or two. That looks good. Texture sheet animation, that doesn't have one, that doesn't have one. This one looks good. This one looks good. And back to that one, yep. So now, it's better, but the idea of the particles like facing the direction that the thing is moving it's going to be really tough. But like none of them are facing, like it's just, they're so directional right now. And I just wish they weren't, you know, they just have to be more circular. I don't know. What do you think? I think that has to be it, right? If you just do like one thing, it's kind of okay. But I think instead of like, right now, it's kind of doing, it's going like, woo. Instead of that, it needs to be more like, woo, coming out, surviving for a bit, and then straight down. Like, not splash. Yeah. But the problem I have with with them being tighter right now is that they don't integrate into what looks like water. They look like lots of separate splashes. So if I have it being more globular and allowing it to be this, when it's in this shape, instead right now it's like one thing over a certain amount of time. I think it needs to be more like in, stay, out. And in the stay time, it needs to be sort of just like that blue, mid-blue shape so that I can do lots of them. And it sort of doesn't break. like this, what I was doing here. So maybe we'll try this. I mean, it can't hurt. I think this will survive better. It's ironic because this is where we started. And then I'll do the same thing I did before, which is to minimize the splash, because I think that's just pointless. Let's try it. And I'm so glad I wrote that little script, because now I can just do this, get a new one. Right? Boom. And then I can go over to like the large one and just literally drag it in. So let's take this one and this one away. And let's make this one way more frequent. So like 5. It's not quite right yet. I mean, even that is closer, but I think that the fact that it's repeating so much is too obvious. So let's take from here to here. Let's take this color and just use this one. And then see how like in motion now the white is just at the front? I think I like that. It's really going to have to be very flat. Until it starts breaking up. It's tough. I really don't know. Because like this one feels more, it feels better to me. In terms of like, I don't know, just the colors and the motion. I like it more, but it doesn't feel as good. Well, the motion is also more consistent. It's sort of like there's a constant which I really like. There's like a tumbling to this one that's great. Then the only thing I can think of is if we do tumbling like this. That kind of tumbling. It's like going over into the background or into the foreground. Like a wave. I've been thinking about this a lot actually since I was working on it. You know how like people ride waves? And there's this there's something about what we've got right now that has that feel to it. The only problem is I don't know how to make that happen like when you're doing this. And also this is very directional. Right, it's clearly going that way. So the close version of that would be we either come forward towards the camera or away from the camera. Maybe that's a little too contrived. I wish I could just make it spawn. I mean, I probably could write some script to figure out the direction we were moving the camera in and make it flow in that direction. I just, it makes me anxious to think about that. Because I'd need a script at that point. Like there is something that's not quite right about it right now. Also, one other thing I might try is right now they're not coming from the same spot. So maybe if I go like this and put this in the center, that might actually feel very different. So the spawn point's correct. Not quite. I think it's time to look at some references. You know, we could have it like gathering from the atmosphere, you know? Like the particles like coming in from moisture in the air. I think right now there's kind of like a lack of cohesion. There's the lack of a consistent story, you know?
Disney's The Lion King opens at the Capitol Theatre in April.
Good to
Book
know.
now at Ticketmaster.
So like this, for example. What is this? He just sort of waved his wand and it just existed. It's so tough. Here it's like a big wet ball. Like pushes Harry out of the way. Interesting. The GBA version? That's crazy. Very hard to do that with a particle system, man. So hard to do it. I mean, in all of these, there's so much flow. It's such a full-bodied effect. It's like the whole space, you know, the whole, it's one whole system, not just like a bunch of particles. And I fear that drawing it as more globular things is going to suffer. I feel like we're going to suffer. I could make it ice, you know, that might be easier. Like, see that? Like what we just saw? Like you can't, that has directionality just in it. You know what I mean? Just by virtue of like, you can see they've drawn a consistent line all the way across. You couldn't just create that with a bunch of particles. So if you want that flow, it's just not going to happen. The only other way to do it would be to use like a ribbon renderer. Like you have like a texture. I don't really want to do that. So I'm stuck. I mean, that looks good. If I could do that. A lot of it was about density, I think, and consistency and direction. Let's try coming back here and just making them all go the exact same way. So if I take all of this, edit, flip horizontal. I mean, even that is better than what we had. Does need to be tighter though. And I think just more inconsistency as well. They're all too similar. It's so hard to talk about. But I think I get it. I think I get it. Even that kind of looks better, you know? So I'm going to just try like another time. Somewhere between this and this and this. And just see what happens. I feel like I can get this right. If they just if they just flipped based on where we were moving, even that I think would be really good. There is a rotation by speed. That's not really what I want, is it? Or is it? Maybe it is rotation. Emission. No, shape. Align to direction. But that's not based on velocity. I have multiple systems already, but yeah, they're all behaving the same way pretty much. I drew 3 particles that are very similar. Yeah, that doesn't look as good as this. Going left to right looks really good. Right to left doesn't look as good. And even, we could go even tighter. Let's try again. Is it just about more? Is it just more? I'm giving it too much direction again, aren't I? I'm doing it again. I was hoping to do that. I think I can do that. I think I can, but it would need to be at runtime as a script. I think it's possible. Thought I'd try like something like without gravity. I thought I'd tried defying gravity. I think if the idea is that it has its own internal gravity system, we might forgive it for not obeying the physics of how we expect it to behave. I have a feeling we're going to feel that. But actually, I think this needs to go all the way to the edge so that they can integrate better. God, this is so hard. This is so hard. It looks more electric than watery, doesn't it?
You're lucky. Looks like my summer vacation is over.
Yeah, let's give it a go anyway and see what happens. I mean, it can't hurt, right? So easy to set up now because of this thing. Yeah, that sucks. Well, parts of it are good. I don't like those. Yeah, it's so hard, man. I think this has been the most successful so far. Because it at least tells the story of a piece of water that is convincing in its physics. So I think it's probably like one of these two that's got it the most right. It's something about, yeah. I think I can just keep going. I think I can try another time. We'll get there eventually. It's tough, but yeah, I just got to deal with it. I think it's something like this. I think it's something like, if that's the spawn point, it's something like this, this, this. Yes, the Kingdom Hearts tracks are so good on this soundtrack. And it's something like watching a full splash. That's away. I almost feel like it needs to be not just one splash, but like a few in a sustained space. You know what I mean? I think the thing about water more than fire is that for it to exist, there is a sustained behavior that we need to show. Like water doesn't just appear and disappear. Water is for some time. You know what I mean? So that little bubble bubble up at the top there, that's what I'm talking about. Could even like do more, like one more particle. Almost looks like a hand, doesn't it? that looks pretty good. So much of this, I think, is about like making sure that it at any level, it still looks honestly like water. Like every frame of this and the way it behaves, at least as one particle, it is still behaving like a system. That's probably the biggest strength to doing it by hand, is that you can at least guarantee that in one particle you have something that behaves the way the whole thing should behave. So if we can't have it be doing that, then there's no point. Like it's almost like pointless to even try using Sprite for this if we're not going to use Sprite to create something that looks like a fluid system in the frame. All right, well, let's try that. Oh, that's really promising, I think. That's really promising. Yeah. The only part is the downfall doesn't quite work, but that's okay. But across works very well. In part because of how consistent it is. Like that looks like a wave, right? The blobs up top can go. Let's look at it. Still looking a little hot. Honestly, we could probably even get rid of these two. I guess I'm expecting the water to fall when I do that though. All right, bring these back. Dude, the way I had it the other day is just, it's so good already. Let me take one of these smaller ones, like the third one, and flip it. Just to get a bit more chaos in there. It's not as good, is it? Or maybe it just spawns into aggressively. Hey, Albing039. No, Albing03 is raiding with a party of 9. Welcome. We are testing out a water effect at the moment. Armin is leaking. He is leaking. Hey, that's me. That's right. I'm the pixel art tutorial guy. That's what they call me. I'm just trying to do a bit of a something here where I use less white in these particles. Because I don't like how consistent. That's looking better, but there's still too much. That's looking a lot. I don't love the way that it's disintegrating here. So I think I might just get rid of this altogether. What do you think, chat? Do we just do like thrashing in all different directions? I could probably make that happen. Doesn't quite work, does it? There are variations right now. It's for an ability, yeah. Not a power-up, but an ability. I think if I flip it, the velocity just won't work. The shape emission. And actually, I think it doesn't know how to do that anyway. Honestly, just that is kind of like good on its own. Hey, Jitspo, how's it going? Yeah, still not right though. The spray helps a little. The noise off the bottom's really annoying. I don't like watching it, the way it breaks up. It doesn't even look that noisy here though. Like, is it that and that maybe? It is, yeah, it's this frame here. What are you working on these days, Jitspo? Still working on Kook? Chilling today. That's a great way to be. Chill on Sunday. Oops. Yeah, how what is the story with Fist of the Forgotten? Tell us about what's happening with that. It's not really rotating though, is it? I have a feeling it won't be able to rotate. Oh, hang on. That is flipping. Wait, no, that's two different particle systems. That's why. Struggling to get traction. I see. Yeah, I got that. I get that feeling. I started a small side project recently, and it felt very quickly like it would be easier to keep working on that than to work on Insignia. And then I got a bit scared of that feeling. So I was like, well, maybe I'll just not do that. I think for me, like, it's very hard to justify. Oh, I just had an idea. All three of these, I think it needs to be oldest in front. Oh, dude, I think that's better. And yeah, that's right. You don't want to do that. At the same time, like, you kind of have to be kind to yourself too. It's tough. because you don't want to be like I get concerned that I am being too stubborn. So like I get worried that like, oh, maybe I'm trying to force the game that I want. You know, yeah, exactly. Knowing when to cut your losses. Like, I wanted collision. I know there's an option for collision. I just don't know where it is. It doesn't have a mask though, does it? It should have one. Yeah, I feel like you don't want to. It's coming along. I had a real vision for it, and I just don't think I've somehow managed to hit that vision. I don't know why. It's just not there yet. This was working really well. Maybe we do need the little particle splashies. Maybe they're like separate particles. Just little kickoff particles that just live behind the rest of it. Yeah, knowing when to cut your losses. I mean, I think a lot about like, yeah, am I trying to force my brand and my vision and my game into a market that isn't going to recognize it? And if that's the case, like, yeah, not that I've had relatively good response throughout. It's just like the project. I think what I'm struggling with right now a lot is like rationalizing the demands of the project versus the interest of the market. So like the demands of the project are for it to get bigger, hire more people, get more funding, keep putting more and more energy into it. And it's like, well, am I the right guy to even be taking on that kind of thing? And is that going to pay off? And is there a shape that is more appropriate that, I don't know, is smaller? I'm not sure. It always feels like the right thing to do is go bigger somehow. And I don't know why that is. It might just be a lack of confidence with smaller things for me. I don't know. Not much I can say. I'm sort of just doing my best to understand and be receptive to like what it wants from me. But yeah, that's always tough for some reason. I think if I had like more balls, like if I was a ballsier developer, I think I would have done a Kickstarter by now and then just found out whether people would have liked it or not. The concern I have is that actually the later I leave it, the less I leave to the imagination of the potential player. And so outside of the market just like getting over this kind of game, which I don't know if that's going to happen, but outside of that, there's this thing of like, well, the better I get at expressing what's cool about this game in screenshots and whatever, the easier it'll be when I need people's attention for it. So, you know, I should just keep waiting or something like that. That's just kind of like what my brain does. But then there's the question of like, okay, but when do I know when it's ready as well? I think I've been holding it back a lot. Like, I think it probably could have had a successful Kickstarter, and they're probably, well, that's, God, here's the thing. It's like, I don't know when the MVP point is for this game. I know what I'm capable of. I don't know if that's like what people, if that's good enough or too good or what. Like, I see people saying, wow, the pixel art's stunning. And then I look at the pixel art and I'm like, but I don't know if it's like if it's like not very economical. Like maybe I should have approached it a different way so that I can get more people to work on it with me. Or like maybe I've overcomplicated it. It's just like, it's too much. And I should like just go for like a style that's just easier to replicate. Or maybe I need to go deeper. Like maybe I just actually need to lean in even harder. I don't have like strong answers to those questions. And even like the game feel, sometimes I think about like, should it be faster? Like, does it feel weighty in an intentional way, or does it feel like it's just slow and unresponsive? And I go back and forth on it. And all of these things are like execution things. They're not like, you know, they're not things that are obvious as like mechanical direction questions. They're just like, does it feel, I don't know, like, does it feel good? You know what I mean? It sucks. So like the longer I wait, it kind of almost feels like, well, that's better for me because I get to like refine onto something that, you know, other people can agree feels good. Or I know like the loop is good. I know people like that. I think I just see a lot of pessimism online these days. Even like looking at Mina the Hollower and like the response that game's getting, there's actually like so many, like it feels like young people or people that just like have a different idea about like what gaming is to them. These days, I feel like the market is more separated than it ever has been. Maybe I should just ignore that. Maybe that's not relevant. Well, that's the thing is like, I think like I do watch people play it. I was at a convention like 2 weeks ago. People were playing it there. And the challenge with that side of it is that like it's a game that demands a lot of time from the player. It's not a game where I can just go, oh yeah, like play this for 5 minutes and I know what you will think about it in 2 hours time, because you're sort of, at least the first chapter, is so much of it is just teaching the player how it works. So there's this like, you know, in a very adventure game way, it's just sort of constantly teaching you things. There's just like this treadmill of like, oh, new ability, oh, new mechanic, oh, new this. And I think that treadmill works, but in a convention setting, it's not a good indicator of like, you can't tell if someone's hooked or if they're being like, I mean, it's just like not the environment you would play that kind of game. And a lot of adventure game stuff is about incentives. It's like, what about this thing makes you want to play in the 5th hour, you know, as opposed to the 3rd hour? At least that's how it feels to me all the time. It's so much of the game is just about content. Just like giving you excuses to keep thinking about the game's economy and the quests and the new abilities and weapons and story. It's sort of just like pulling you along rather than like getting into, like there's a flow there, and that flow is just, yeah, I don't know. Man, I love the colors. There's so much chaos right now, though. I really don't like... Which particle is it? Not these ones. Not these ones. This one. This one's no good here. Yeah. And it's not even, it's like, some of it is like, will you fall off in the 4th hour? You know, like you can't even, it's so hard for me to just like bring someone onto the project as a play tester or a player and be like, okay, what do you think about this part of the game? When they haven't played any of it. And if they have played a lot of it, it's like, well, I got to get them. It's really like I don't know how you do it. It's like a long form play testing. Maybe it's kind of just like reviews, right? But it's like reviews of a very partial portion of the game. Oh man, I think I'm wasting this day. I didn't sleep very well last night, so I'm kind of in a bit of a irritable mood. I can just feel that I'm not enjoying the work right now. I'm not focusing on it. I'm sort of just like drawing things and hoping that it looks good. Maybe I need a break. Transparency. I don't think transparency is going to work here because it's still going to be additive when multiple particles at the back are semi-transparent. It's going to look... I don't like transparency for pixel art effects. I just think it's no good. My favorite part is here. This part is looking pretty good. Right where the waves are crashing over. And then it's the dissipation that's no good. Maybe I could... But I don't think... I don't think you guys are... Like... I don't think you guys are ready for what this looks like transparent. It's not about like transparency in pixel art. It's transparency when you have like 30 particles somewhat stacked on top of each other. It just doesn't look... It's gonna look crappy. I think. Let's find out. This is going to look better than it actually will because of the background here. I need just like something I can throw up. See, I really dislike what that's doing there. Like, that doesn't feel like water to me anymore. Now it feels like it's made of something else because of the way that it's interacting with the space behind it. I'd prefer for it to just be opaque and then control the shapes dissipating more, I don't know what the word is, but more gracefully. I think I just lost a lot of progress just now. Yeah. It's definitely the backside is no good. The back end is just, it becomes too, like, especially like this, that's terrible. That looks really bad. This one's okay because it kind of goes back to a little dot. Maybe it should spray up and then just disappear up. Maybe I don't need the falling down, the cascade. Like maybe by here, it's just done. I think actually that's just going to shift the blame further up the timeline. How'd I do it for the fire? It gets very small. And I think the fire... okay, well we can try dissipating it. There's also an issue of see you, Jitspo. Thanks for stopping by. I think I just don't want the drip. This, that's fine. Well, that's all there is. There is no more dripping. I cannot with the... No. I cannot with... this guy. There's also something I was trying to do, or I was thinking about doing with by adding gravity in. Wait, why are they so slow? Oh, there's the dampener. What the hell's going on? Okay. Is there a starting velocity? No. I don't know, pals. I don't know. It feels like so close. Yeah. I just feel like I don't yet have the strategy. Like so much of it is, it's like, it's close, but it's like, not enough though. I don't know how to describe that. Yeah, it might just be. I think I'm struggling. I'll tell you what it is. This is the problem. With fire, right? I can say here is a small tongue of fire. I could draw that. Here is a larger tongue of fire. Right? I could draw that or whatever. Here is like a really big one. And I can draw that. And if I take all of these and put them near each other, they sort of just feel like more fire. And that's because all fire has this very separated, kind of like flickery, noisy look to it. The problem with that is water looks like this. It's a droplet of water. And then if you have like a lot of water, it's like what? A splash? And then a lot of water beyond that is like running water. So the problem is I can't do that. I could probably do this and spawn in a bunch of little sprays, which I've sort of already got. And I could have them go like, this, and then this, and then this. Or I could have them sort of like go out and then become more small. I don't know what this one is. Like, what is a medium-sized splash of water that contributes to a body? Because the hope is that if I layer all these things, they fit into one kind of like idea of what the water is supposed to look like. And short of just doing a billion dots, there's no real answer to that question because of the way that it coheres to itself. Now, I have a system for water already that sort of does that cohering through a shader. It's just, it's not, I don't love it. So then the alternative is like, you know, you draw, it's like painting in the ocean, right? When you swing in the sword, you get something that's like this, right? And then inside of this, it's just the colors that the ocean would be, right? It's just like a fixed thing back here. It's like you're unmasking another dimension that happens to be an ocean. So you get that, and then you get, you know, this through it. And then I like put the caustics in there, and that just does what you would expect it to do. So this just like happens to be like that, and like dark patches, and it's just like noise based in a way that feels authentic enough because it's just coming from, it's just pre-shaded, it's pre-worked out. It's still going to look globby. It's not going to look like it's crashing. So, yeah. I just don't know. Water that's flowing without a direction, it's just not going to look like anything. We can look at Hades. Looks like not that impressive. It's just spawning a lot of water splash effects on the ground. Like puddles. And they're fading so fast that you never really get a good look at them. I think there was something here that I don't mind. Maybe it's about being even more granular. This sucks. I'm not feeling confident. This was so good. This was so close, but maybe it really does need to be kind of like bespoke, you know? You didn't realize that this was water? I think the white is what makes it look like water, personally. That foam. Oh, in the game. I think, like, what I like about this one is that there's actually only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 particles being played here. And they're just very close together in space. Yeah, we looked at Avatar already. Let's take the gravity away. Maybe it was just too fast. It's foam. I mean, in stylized water, there's no distinction between reflection and foam. It's the same sort of thing. Consider this, right? It's kind of just... I guess foam is probably what it would be. Hey, Manuel, thank you so much. Thanks for the sub. I think I'm actually very close. There we go. That's what I wanted. The water's not really doing what I wanted it to do. The sprays. I haven't thought about doing that as sub-emitters. I'm not sure I want it to like cascade though. Like why not just draw the whole life cycle? We can bring them closer together for sure. This is looking like fire to me, though, from this distance. When it moves very slowly, maybe I see water. But it's the fact that it's like burning up that's no good. It's those last particles that just really hurt it. Maybe you're right about the thing. Well, it's that they end, you know. Like if they didn't burn up at the end, I think that's pretty convincing water. It's just they have to go somewhere. They have to disappear somehow. That doesn't quite work. You might be right that they should happen at the end. Whoa, you guys just missed that massive sneeze. Very lucky. Doesn't seem to work. Why are the sub-emitters not firing? Death. Spray 1 particle system. Emit probability 1. Maybe I need to make it not spatial. Nope. Nothing. How's this supposed to work? I think I have to define emissions. A burst. Okay. Well, that's a little bit better, I think. Dude, the neighbors are going off right now. Why is it that they have color over lifetime and then that doesn't work? Or they are doing color over lifetime, but it's very, very minor? That's what it is. There is color there, but it's like barely. It might be this. Ah, that's what it is. Okay. Not there yet, though. The sort of starting speed needs to be a lot faster. The lifetime is also like way too long still for all the particle systems. Bro, it's impossible. Every time I think I have something that's like decent, I find myself hating it 2 seconds later. I don't know. I think it's time for a break from this one. Hey, Neat Games. Yeah, I just don't. Until it's back at something like this, I'm not going to be happy with it. All right. Yeah, they're playing really loud music. All right, I'm going to take a break. I'll be back in a bit. All right, chat. I think I got something. I think I just felt a thing. What if it was like I draw like particle, 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 but I overlap them like this. And I make each of them a random swirl in a random direction. So like this will be like all circular, right? That's going this way. This is going that way. This is going that way. This is going this way. And so it's going to feel like that. And then I do little bits here, kind of always just going in a random direction, out that way, out that way, out that way. Just spitting. So it feels like if you attack like that, it's going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, or whatever. And you're going to get dirt, you know, like arcs. That way, because what's working about this, I was just thinking about it. What's working about this is that each space is occupied by exactly one particle. Right? So like that has its role, that has its role, that has its role, that has its role. And they're just individual bits. So as long as there is, and I think it's okay for it to rotate. I don't think I like to explode or like bubble like this. I think it needs to be a crash like what I've got going on here. But I think it needs to be sustained for longer. So we're going to try brand new. Dude, I'm going to get copyright striked from my neighbors. Can you guys hear they're playing Michael Jackson? A game developer or a web developer? I mean, you could do both. Be a web developer for your job. Be a game developer as your hobby. You can't hear it? Sweet. You can only hear the bass? That's all right. That's fine. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take one swirl and I'm going to animate the swirl. Yeah, of course I struggle with those things. I'm quite a ways off, for sure. I'm a way off. But there's not much I can do about it because I feel like at this point, I've validated a version of the game that is quite large. And I can't like that version of the game, like what players like to play. I don't know. I mean, I could try testing another version of it. I could try it with like less scope. What is happening right now? Okay, nothing. I could try it, but I think honestly, like the scope that is working right now is the scope that I like for the game. The trouble is just that I'm now responsible for making sure I can release that scope, which is really big. It's going to require a lot of energy, probably more money, etc. So that's where I'm at right now. I do struggle with perfectionism. At the moment, it's not perfectionism in terms of wanting to redo anything. It's more like perfectionism in terms of risk aversion. It's like, I don't know what people like, I don't know what will work for me as a product, for my game as a product. So I'm having to sort of like, I'm trying really hard to minimize risk everywhere. And I don't know what is valuable and what's not, because it's the first time I've done something of this scale. So instead, it's not like this doesn't meet my standards so much as it is like, I don't know what standard is like worth reaching for players, because I don't know what people are prepared to purchase these days. Or like if I'm biased, you know, like I don't know if I'm just being biased. So like this is like midway through, it's just swooped up and I want to do a bit of particles that are coming off of like this. I guess I want to do something that's like starting over here and like moves across in a way. And then I would just do like a ton of these. What I can do is I can't make them invert direction, but I can do 2 or 3 different particle systems that alternate in when they spawn. So what I'll try to do is set it out so that you get a set of this particle, this particle, this particle, that particle, you know, like A, B, C, D, you know, A, B, C, D, A, B, C, D, A, B, C, D, something like that. How long are other games in this genre typically? Great question. I think it ranges. Sometimes, you know, a game in the sort of Metroidvania genre could be like, you know, a couple hours, sometimes anywhere between like 2 and 50 hours, you know? I feel like that's the trouble with this kind of thing, is that there's no like set way to do it. And you set the expectations based on the price, you know? If you charge a lot for it, it's kind of like, I think of it as something like hours of gameplay versus dollars. Like if you're charging $5 for it, 3 or 4 hours of gameplay is fine. If you're charging $10 for it, you might be pushing more like 10 hours of gameplay. Like $1 per hour, I think, is pretty reasonable. Maybe $1 to $2 per hour. Again, depending on like presentation, like how it looks, how it plays, any kind of like replay value could be relevant. I haven't played Mini yet. I am. I'm on a first name basis and am good acquaintances with Nick Wozniak, who's the artist. And I have something of a relationship with some of their ex-teammates from WayForward. So, yeah, I mean, I like those guys a lot. Alrighty, so I think what I could do is take this, do another layer here, take all this, bring it all the way down, and then darken it, and then I think I just need more. Like, well, I kind of want, no, let's do the head first and we'll make it do a full rotation. So like, ba, ba, da, da. Da, 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 da. Oh, it's certainly genre dependent. Certainly. Yeah, I wouldn't mistake that. I think it's like players inherently have like an understanding of what of and it's super hard to nail down because it's not about pure time spent. It's like valuable time spent. So like I don't know how many hours of Balatro are not worth the same as my hours with Kingdom Hearts, for example. You know, a proper story with characters that you like, that stays with you a lot longer. You don't even think about things like replay value in that context. At least I don't. I don't go, oh, well, you know, I only played Kingdom Hearts 2, like, I don't know, maybe 3 times in my life. Most of that was when I was like 12 to 15, you know, and the content was the same. I played it the same every time. And I just liked it. I just liked playing it. And when I look back on it, I don't look back on that time and say, yeah, but I don't like it as much now because it can't offer me anything. I'd go back and play it the same way and enjoy it the same way just because it's a game that I remember liking and that I like. So with a game that it's not trying to, you know, like offer you anything from like a, I don't know what the word is, like if the experience is quite repetitive, then the hours aren't worth as much. Per hour. Whereas like every 5 minutes in Insignia, you're doing something you haven't done before, at least in the first chapter. So like, don't you have games that you bought, played 2 or 3 hours and never opened them again? Yeah, sure. But what's the question? Do you mean are some games not like less valuable? Like I guess I like those games a lot less if I just play them for 2 hours and never touch them again. Or they better be really cheap. They better not ask a lot. I don't have games. I barely own any games. Like I barely own any games that I sort of just played a little bit and thought, oh, that was good, and then moved on. Like barely any. If I liked it. If I didn't like it, yeah, I have plenty that I didn't like. But in terms of games that I liked, it's very rare that I'll say, like I don't play like 2-hour games. Like that's just not a thing that I do, I guess. There aren't any genres where that's a good time that I play. Like an itch.io horror, like that kind of thing. Like I probably wouldn't even expect to pay for something that was that short. And that was it, if that's all there was to it. I'm guessing? I don't know. Unless I'm missing a genre in my brain. Do you have an example? Like I played like an hour of The Witcher 2. But I don't look at that experience and say I liked it. I played an hour because I didn't like it. I would have played way more. Yeah, but like those aren't, like in my mind, those aren't good games. Like, or like they're not games for me. You know what I mean? Like I don't look at those games and say, like, I'm not going to go like bargain bin hunting for video games. Personally, I just don't play games with that mindset, you know? Like you probably couldn't, there's probably very few games. Maybe back when I was a kid, I would have that kind of attitude of like, oh, this is on sale. I'll pick it up for like $2. And if I don't play it, like, oh well. Maybe when I was like in my, like at university, like that kind of age. But all those games, I have like no attachment to. Because I didn't play them. Nah, never played it. Do I consider myself a gamer? That's a fun question. Let's put it this way. I would have considered myself a gamer. I would have used that word right up until about 2016, I think. I don't really use it anymore. It's kind of, I don't know if like anyone else feels this way, but I feel like the word gamer has become kind of cringe. Like it's so mainstream now that you can't really identify as it. Like everyone plays games. That's kind of how I see it. Like the word, whatever the word used to mean, it kind of doesn't mean that anymore. If you mean like, do I have a strong relationship with games as a medium? Was it formative to me? The answer is like, yeah, absolutely. Of course I do. Of course I'm a gamer in that sense. But do you mean like today, do I introduce myself as a gamer to people at parties and stuff? Like, absolutely not. I mean, I'm a game developer now. And you have to kind of be a gamer to be a game developer, just to know like what you like and what's good and how to, understand the medium that it's coming from. But to identify as a gamer today, like it's almost like I think of that word as something that means like someone who cares about the console wars. That's what I think of a gamer as. Like if you care about whether PlayStation is beating Xbox, that's how I associate that word today. And I don't like that association. It feels kind of dumb to me. Like this sort of like almost competitive understanding of the industry and how it works. It's there's sort of like a childish thing about it that, yeah, I used to care about it a lot. I used to really listen to literally every podcast, and like even like where they were talking about like investor calls and stuff. Like I knew like the names of industry pundits who would make, you know, financial, you know, punts on like whether or not a certain company is going to go up or down this quarter because of these games that are coming out, you know, in the calendar year. And then, oh, like this financial quarter, they're going to push back this game because it's not ready yet. And then like thinking about how that affects the sales of the console. Like I was into all that stuff. And even things like the price of, you know, like when Xbox and PlayStation were just coming out with their online services, like, oh, is the subscription price of this going to affect that? And yeah, like I was fully into it. And I knew every game that was coming out. In like 2011, I could probably tell you on every platform what was coming out that month. And I generally knew all the, like every game, like major games in like AAA, I could tell you like every game that's coming out, what genre, who was making it, like which studio, probably like where they were based and like who was reviewing it at IGN. I could have told you like, oh, Brian Altano is reviewing, you know, whatever, Super Mario Galaxy. He didn't review. Do you know who reviewed Super Mario Galaxy? I think it was Matt Casamassina. There you go. He definitely reviewed Zelda Twilight Princess. And I was like so bold about it that like I was such a gamer that I would like send like fan art into podcasts that I listened to. Like that's how much I knew about, that's how invested I was in just the industry and stuff, you know. Even like I would listen to the podcasts of like the companies, like news outlets that I didn't even follow. Like Shack News had a podcast called Weekend Confirmed with Garnet Lee and Jeff Kanata, and I would listen to their podcast like every week. And I never read Shack News. I'm not didn't care about them at all. But I like the podcast. And then I think there was a time, it was when I was starting to get into game development, that I just realized like the person that I am and what I care about, particularly when there were like political things happening around like Gamergate and journalism in gaming, and this idea that like gaming is a boys' club and is hostile to women and something needs to be done about it. When that was all happening in like from 2013 to I guess 2017 even, I mean the Blizzard stuff was what, 2020? I don't remember when it was. My initial response to that before I was making games was, that's all overblown. Like, come on, not every man, blah, blah, blah. Like I was very like I just didn't want to see that as an issue because I related to games because I was a gamer. But the more I got into making games and working alongside people who make games and being part of that community, the more I realized like it kind of is hostile. At least it was hostile to women at the time. And if like I'd go to a game dev meetup and it's all men with like there were like 3 women there, you know, out of like 100 guys. So it's like, this isn't, you know, I want and the other thing is the women in the space were some of the more dedicated people there, like the more curious, more willing to communicate and share information and learn, and like I've almost never met a woman in the game development industry who was like a gatekeeper or an elitist. Like, I've never met anyone like that. But I've met plenty of men who are like that. So just having that mentality and also identifying with that industry, locally at least, the sense of like, oh, I want everyone to succeed. Everybody needs to be given their best chance, and everyone who's contributing, who's like actually putting in effort, they're the people who I care about because they're the ones making actual games. So I think I just started feeling this sense of like, every game developer starts as a gamer, but not every gamer becomes a game developer. And there's like an attitude difference between someone who's a gamer who just likes to know a lot of trivia about game development, which was me at the start, to an extent. I obviously was making stuff all the time, but there are people who don't make stuff and all they do is know about game development. But like, those are the posers, you know what I mean? Like, gamers don't know anything about game development. And as a result, they know very little about like what makes a successful game, what a game should do in order to be successful. Or like, all you have, if you're really opinionated and you don't make anything, all you have is like your personal preference and a bunch of opinions, you know, like I mean, like, of course you can have like a reasoned opinion about games and you can review games, and there are lots of, game journalists who aren't developers, but a lot of journalists dabble in development at some point in their careers because they care about the industry enough to get closer to the creative process. Because if you have opinions about how something should be, maybe you have a spark that tells you how you'd like it, how you would change it, right? It's like put your money where your mouth is kind of thing. So the people who are particularly like, it's one thing to say, I liked this game, or I didn't like this game, or I like this game for this reason, or I think this was more effective for this reason, blah, blah, blah. That's all fine. But then to have to what I really dislike, and I find this like ugly, is when people have opinions about what games should be based on political tastes. Like, I don't think this kind of game deserves to exist because it's made by people who have these kinds of ideologies. Like, that to me is like, wait. I don't want to be a part of that anymore. I don't want to associate with people who think that certain games don't deserve to exist. Because that's just like, there's no, it's not a zero-sum game. You don't get less of what you like just because someone else is making something that they like, you know? That's the part that I find very, I don't want to identify with that. And if that's what a gamer is, I'm not one. You know, that idea of like, well, I play these kind of games and they're the best kind, and if you like those kinds of games, you're not a real gamer, or those kinds of developers are just like, that's just like, you don't have like a good relationship with this medium at that point. It's like sports for you. And it's not sports, it's art. Yeah, even like, if you use the word woke to describe a game in a derogatory way, like, I don't like woke games, like, if that's like front of mind, I just don't know if like you, man, this is so funny. I want to express a thought. For once, guys, let me express a thought. I had this moment. I was listening to a podcast called DLC. It was after the Weekend Confirmed podcast. The Gun at least stopped podcasting, and Jeff Canada continued podcasting with his friend and ex-lawyer, but not practicing. I forget his name. And there was this moment when I stopped listening to the podcast like forever, because the guy, Jeff, the host, said something like this. There was some story about some game company hiring someone and not hiring women, and it was like a DIE thing. And the line was something like this. He said, if you think that not hiring a woman into a game studio under the pretense of we just want to hire the best people for the job, if you think that that's an acceptable answer, stop listening to the podcast. And at the time, this is like 2016 or 2015, I was like, sure, I'll stop listening. And I stopped. Like, I just could. It's like, well, this guy's not one of my people anymore. Because from his perspective, it was like, what we need is diversity, and competence is not, it's not valuable. It's not the be all end all. And in fact, more competence will come from more diversity in terms of like making games for more people and blah, blah, blah. Looking back on it, like, I kind of agree with him way more now than I did at the time. I still value merit. I think like meritocracy is something we should always strive for. And I'm not someone who's super, I value diversity in my own company. Like, we're 50-50 in terms of, men and women on the team. But I don't think it's anyone's responsibility to uphold DIE. Like, if you have a company and you happen to all be men, like, okay, great. Like, you're just going to make the games you want to make, and no one should be held accountable for. No one should be forced to make a certain kind of art or be comprised of a certain number of people. But I do think if you have like an attitude that's incompatible with diversity, as in if you're biased against a group of people or a gender or whatever, how can you co-sign off on that, How could anyone think of that as productive? So, yeah, I know that got a little bit deep there, but like that, I get a bit concerned about calling myself a gamer, because I hear, particularly on X, man, X is so weird these days. Since it was called X, it used to be Twitter, and when it was Twitter, you saw this kind of thing, but not so much. Man, now it's so rampant of like just people with ugly opinions. Just like overly like I don't know if you guys go on X, but like it's so sexualized at the moment, and very like in this kind of very like weirdly traddy way that, I don't know. I'm personally not very political at all, but it's weird how inhospitable that place has become for people who have a different set of ideologies to the people who currently like are on it a lot. Like, it's not a place that's like an open forum discourse, or if it is, it's like there's definitely one voice that's very, very loud right now over there. It's super toxic, dude. Super toxic. I don't know what happened. Like, I don't know if it was me, if it's like my feed, but like the AI tech bros are, I don't remember it being so full. I remember there being like a lot of, I didn't like Twitter for a long time because it felt very, I guess like attention seeky, and I would just get a little bit like, I'd get kind of depressed looking at my feed because I would see like so much, I mean, it's all social media is like this, but you see like people posting their best stuff, and then you look at your stuff and you're like, oh, I have to post better stuff. You know, the Instagram psychosis that people get. I would get that a little bit, find myself doom scrolling, but that wasn't really about politics. It was just like, I just didn't have a healthy relationship with social media. But now it's like, I go there and I'm actually like depressed for different reasons. Like I go to Twitter and I'm like, ugh, what the hell? What happened here? Why are people so Gross. It feels kind of like a little dystopian. Yeah. Would you say men make better games for male audiences? That's a spicy question. I don't think that that's such a good question. Let me think about it. Do men make better games for male audiences? Games are never made by well, if we're talking about big games, usually there are lots of different people in the games, in the development teams, right? And most stories are not about just one gender, right? Or just one whatever. So the idea that a game has exclusively a male audience or should appeal to just a male audience is kind of not really how I think about games. I don't think about my game as being for men or for women or anything like that. So demographics just usually aren't that biased, I guess. Even if I was making Call of Duty, I wouldn't think of it as well, we're making this game for men, so we should do X, Y, Z. I don't really think that's how game design works, right? It's just not a factor. You think, I'm making a game and I want the game to be fun. And the kinds of things that make the games good or bad in a genre space have more to do with attitudes than about genders or identities, right? It's this game is for people who like difficulty. This game is for people who like twitch mechanics. This game is for people who like narrative. This game is for people who like, whatever, who can appreciate the things that make this genre distinct. So I don't really think about it like that. And if we're talking about representation and storytelling specifically, a story about male camaraderie. If you're making a game about heated rivalry, I suppose, yeah, having someone who looks and identifies with the people who are featured in the story is always helpful. It's just good context. That's what I would say. So yeah, to that extent, if you're making a game about gay men hockey players, then you'd at least hope that there was someone there consulting on it. That's not to say that you can't write a good story without being from a specific identity group either. You can. Sure you can. No one should be forced to do anything. It's art, right? But your question was, do I think they'd make better? So that's usually a statistical question, right? You're asking about averages. On average, I think it helps to have people who are being represented in the media. Yeah. Have them, consult on it, or at least be part of it. Have somebody who is represented by what you're doing in the room. Yeah, I think so. Would you agree with that? I think this frame probably should just go. That's better. Whoosh. It's gonna feel more like air though right now. I mean, like, one of my favorite fantasy books was written by a woman about a man. The Earthsea books are like that. It's not really like, I would never mandate that kind of thing, personally. Yeah, I guess I don't have like a stance that's super strong about, like, I don't like to politicize art too much. I don't think there's a problem with trying to, what's the word? I think diversity is a good thing. I'll say that much. Like almost like across the board, I can't think of an area where diversity is not useful. It's not the only way you get things done, but it's really, really valuable to have diversity in like ecology, like in the environment, in finance, like in basically every area where you want something to survive. Having there be diversity is usually a really good bet because it means that the thing can survive multiple different contexts without eroding, right? That's why we have speciation, right? It's why we have lots of different animals that have different traits, because the environment is it's a changing landscape. So like as a long-term strategy, diversity is, I mean, how can you argue with that? But on the immediate short term, I mean, a person can't be diverse, right? So like if you're just making something, no one's gonna like force you to be someone you're not, or, you know. I don't disagree. I just think women have a strength in immersive design while men seem to do gameplay well. I would say, so I hear what you're saying, and I would say to the extent that there is any kind of like, I don't know, gendered difference between the things that men and women are interested in on the balance of probabilities, like men tend to like this or women tend to like that. I think that's fine to call that kind of thing out, but like I would never like use that as in like a hiring situation. Like I would never say like this person should be the one who gets the job because they happen to be from this statistical group. That's bad. That makes no sense. Like if someone applied for a job as like a gameplay designer in a very, you know, twitchy action game and they had the right credentials and they happen to be a woman, like who cares? That's great. Like that's kind of how I see it. Now, today there might be fewer of them. Like there might be, again, and that's because of like a, you know, very male dominated space that we come from. There may be fewer gameplay designers who have that background of experience who happen to be women. But like, I mean, give it a few more years. I think we'll find that everything pretty much shakes out. I mean, I don't claim that is even a gendered role. I wouldn't even know. With a lot of this stuff, it's like it's not really valuable to shape biases that way. Like it's almost like agnosticism like I'm agnostic when it comes to religion, because I don't think it's something that I can know about. And as someone who's been a game designer for a long time and interested in game development for a long time, I've never been given any reason to believe that women are not as, whatever, inclined to be gameplay designers compared to men. Like, where would you even get that opinion from? Like, at best, you're kind of just going, well, men are interested in things and women are interested in people. Like, that's the closest kind of, I don't know, analogy I guess you could make. But I don't know. I don't super, that doesn't resonate with me very well. Yeah, it's definitely looking like air right now. I think the problem is when they're working against their strength. What does that even mean? But see, that's the thing. That statement requires bias. You have to be biased against someone to believe that they have a strength or not a strength inherently. Like, I feel like if there are gender differences in like design, I've never seen them. Like, and I've worked as a designer with women, not in game dev, but in UX design, for example. I never got the sense that our like creative differences or interests, intellectual differences, anything like that, was even remotely gendered. Like, not even close. Never once. The designer who was senior to me all the way through my junior years as a designer was a woman. She was great at her job. She's better than me. Because she was older than me. She had more experience than me. I just think that it just like 99% of being good at something is like how much time you've put into it, in my opinion. Like, it's not even close. Like, you might as well be saying like men make better chess players. Like, give it a few years. I don't think with a lot of these things we've even given women a chance to prove themselves. And certainly, like, having that opinion in the last, like even having that opinion now is a huge stretch. But imagine having that opinion any earlier than now. Like, there was just no opportunity. Even like in the last, like the whole thing about like the stuff that was going on at Blizzard. Like, imagine anybody being in that situation. Imagine yourself being in that situation in an environment so hostile to you. How could you perform at your best in a workplace where people are like literally creeping on you? Like, not only are you working against a culture, but it's like actively, actually hostile against you. That's gross. So like, there is no data that isn't polluted by factors like that. We would need like longitudinal studies over, I don't know, like decades from now. And even then, it's still, because of ideas like this, it's still not an even playing field. Because there are still lots of people who think that being a woman means you can't do certain things. You have to start from an unbiased perspective, right? You have to start with the assumption that there's nothing. You can't what's the word? You can't pollute the data in an experiment by biasing the outcome in your hypothesis. You can't act like something is true and then operate as if it's true and then go, well, it was true. It's like, well, you didn't do the tests properly because you operated under an assumption the whole time. Having a hypothesis is one thing, but like, if the hypothesis is causing you to literally affect the data you're collecting, then you'll never get the true answer. Like, I bet like 40 years ago, men would have considered the legal profession, like a lawyer, as a very masculine job. I bet you that would have been the case. Certainly, I mean, I know that's the case. And certainly like, maybe like 50 years ago, we would have considered men to be more academically inclined, right? Like boys go to school and learn to read and do maths, and women don't, right? That would have been a thing 100 years ago. It's quite common. Today, in Western countries, girls perform better than boys academically. And at least in Australia, there are more female graduates in law degrees than men. Like most women, most lawyers are women at the moment, coming up through the ranks. So like, how could we have, nobody would have predicted that before we gave women a chance just to do it, you know? Like, they just weren't given the chance to get a proper education, and so the gender differences, I mean, it's not a massive difference, it's a minor difference, but it's there, you can observe it. Boys struggle at the moment in schools. They don't apply themselves as well. Again, it's not a major difference, but it's there. You can see it in studies. So I wouldn't bet on anything personally. I wouldn't say girls are better at this or boys are better at that, unless there were like a lot of data saying so. I believe it. Like, I believe that there are differences in genders, but I also think that there's never enough of a difference in gender on anything to use that as a basis for any action. I wouldn't like, it's like if you told me like men had a larger head size than women on average. It's like, okay, like by what, like 2%, 1%? What's that gonna do? Like, yeah, we have like dimorphic stuff, like physically there are differences, sure, but in terms of like intellectual differences, I don't think that's evident at all, as far as I know. And again, like it's just not it's not practical. It's not practical to act as if there were differences, even if there are differences. They're not significant enough for it to mean anything. Certainly in game development, I would say. I don't think there's, it would be so hard to convince me that there was even one job in game development where there was like a marked gendered distinction in performance outcomes in that specific role. I mean, it's hard enough to even know what good game design is, let alone like whether one gender outperforms the other in a specific sub-discipline inside of game design. Per capita, it seems women tend to make farming sims more often. How do you even know that? The most popular farming sim in the world right now is made by a man, Stardew Valley. I'm sure Harvest Moon was made by predominantly men. And so what? Also, yeah, like literally, so what? Even if that was a thing, what does that have to do with aptitude? But don't you think that would be, in some sense, like, wouldn't you suspect that that would be endemic of the fact that, like, the spaces where women are allowed to be in gaming align more with games that allow them to express themselves more creatively for now? Like, it's not that women, like, you would need to spend decades of creating a space where, for example, women felt comfortable playing shooters before even saying, for example, that women like shooters less than men. Like, anecdote, okay? In the Call of Duty days, there was no way, unless you were tough as nails, there's no way a woman would be welcome competing in Call of Duty. My wife and her 6 friends, they play so much Fortnite right now, and they're all really good at it. They play it because it allows them to play as like a squad together, and they're not having to deal with like being harassed by men the whole time. That's a shooter, right? And there are games like, like League, Valorant, Overwatch, more modern games that are more welcoming, where you have like way more representation by women in the player base than before, than in like decades past. I'm guessing because they're more conducive, they're more like, they're more hospitable places, right? There are like characters that appeal, or not just characters that appeal to them, but characters that represent them. Like if you're playing Counter-Strike, it's just like a room. Imagine being anybody and going into a room full of people who aren't you, and all the players look like people who aren't you, and all the people there are mad at you for being what you are. Why would you want to play that? Like, why would anyone want to play a game like that, where it's like actively trying to discourage you from taking any kind of interest? That's not about propensity. That's just about you've been excluded from it by design. Like, I wouldn't want to play a game where people didn't want me there. Would you? Dude, that's literally what happened to me. I stopped playing Counter-Strike for that actual reason. Getting harassed by teammates sucked. I remember playing the last game of competitive Counter-Strike I ever played. I was like DMG in CSGO. This is like 2012 maybe. DMG's a reasonably high rank. And dude, I remember finishing one game. Literally, my hands were shaking as I stood up from my computer because it was like maybe 3 or 4 rounds in a row in the last couple. You know, it's like best out of 32 or something. It was like 14, 16 or like 30. I don't know. It's been a while. Whatever it was. Pretty close. And my teammates died first. And so I'm like solo pushing, you know, A-spawn against like 3 players. And I was just getting constantly shit talked at by these guys on my team. And I'm just like, why am I playing this? Like, why am I trying to win for these guys? Imagine being treated like that every single game. Why would you want to play that? Like, before the game's even started, you say like, hey guys, and then you just get like shit on for the entire game. So I don't really buy it that like we've even had a long enough period of women playing games to know like what they like, or like what that they are better or worse at designing a certain kind. I just think that's dumb. I think like just let them do what they want to do. That's how I feel about it anyway. I mean, like, and who does it affect? You know, like, does it affect you if like the next Call of Duty like had a female lead combat designer? Like, would that make you feel anything? Yeah, I'm just not sure that. I just don't think there's been enough time to make those kinds of claims. And I don't know what we would want to say with that information, even if it was true. Like my background's like Lebanese, right? If there was some study on like Lebanese game designers, and the study said that most Lebanese game designers liked making puzzle games, and I want to make adventure games or action games, should I be held to some statistic just because other people who are similar to me or share some identity slice with me happen to do that thing? Like, that's not me. I do what I want to do, right? Why would anyone use that? What value is there for that? Does that mean I'm worse at doing the thing that I'm doing because other people who are like me are better at something else, or like happen to do something else? Like, there's just no value in that to me. I'd probably think that someone was better, actually, to be honest. If I met a woman who was making an FPS, I would think she was probably, I would like assume that she would have to have worked really hard uphill to get there. I would assume she's really good at her job. If I was going to assume anything, it wouldn't be that she would be worse. Like, I'd probably assume nothing, but if I had to assume, I'd be like, oh, she probably knows her stuff. Because, like, imagine what you'd have to do to get into that position. Hey, Zach, welcome. Yeah, I just don't. The food for thought thing just doesn't really. I don't know. I've kind of put like way more time into thinking about these kinds of things than I think. I'm probably not going to learn anything new in this kind of conversation here in chat. You know, it's only been something that I've been a space that I've been in professionally or as a hobbyist or whatever for like 15 years, not including all the time I spent playing games before I was invested in the industry as a developer. It's just like, you know what it is? Like, with these conversations, if you're actually in the industry, it's what I was saying before. If you're actually in the industry and you're actually working with professionals, there's not really any space to have these kinds of biases, because you immediately meet people who would defy those biases. So like anyone who has anecdotal experience of like actually working in a development environment would be able to just refute pretty much instantly the suggestion that like that there's any value in trying to measure people by their identities. They would just go, oh yeah, no, I've met plenty of people who are good at this, who meet that description, you know? If you had, if you were to refactor all the time you spent on Insignia into a different type of game, what kind of game would it be? Well, as a Lebanese person, of course, it would be a puzzle game. Certainly, right? Isn't that what I just said? Similar to having kids of your own and seeing their natural biases towards boy or girl things, and then hearing teenagers tell you what they think. Yeah, exactly. I guess, why are the majority of FPS players men, do you think? Literally for the reason that I described. If you were around in the 90s, you watched gaming become gendered. You watched marketers literally shape what the demographics were. There's a reason, like, they called it the Game Boy. Do you think if they had called it the Game Girl, that boys would want to do it? Gaming was pretty much equally gendered in like the 70s and 80s, right? Like the Atari did not, it was not like a boy's toy. But by the time we hit the early 90s, there was just like, I don't know. I guess the demographic shift, I think, probably happened because there were more men in engineering who were making these consoles and in marketing who were determining who to market them to. But that is downstream from the fact that, again, women in the 19th century or in the 20th century were not given the same opportunities as men to be involved in these kinds of decisions. Like there were way fewer career women in the industry thinking about marketing in the 70s and 80s. So like it just naturally skewed towards being something that was like for boys because it was, I guess, less easy to see how you would dress it up like for girls, right? Like anything that was non-gendered was boy-gendered. Girl-gendered things were like, basically, it's like, you know, even in like cartoons, right? It's like, there's Bugs Bunny, and then there's like Lola Bunny, and it's like, she's the girl one. Like, it's almost like you have all these Looney Tunes characters that are like different personalities, and then you have one that is girl, as if girl is a kind of personality. So women have been just like under-catered to in a lot of like just global opportunity in the last century, like, or even up until the last century. So yeah, I really think that like the reason why there were more FPS players that are men is because FPS was, it's like a genre that was made by men for men in a space where women were pushed out. Like I said, my wife, like 6 of her friends play like Fortnite like every night. How do you explain that? Are they just like total anomalies? I really think that like the generations after millennials, you'll see a lot more of an equilibrium in gamers. Okay, third person shooter. It's a shooter. It's a game where all you do is like shoot people. Are there more male smokers than females? I remember the marketing being very male centered as well. What about now though? Like Doom Eternal, for instance. Yeah, but like don't you feel like there's a momentum there? Like the people, like the original Doom was made in a time where, like, to be a fan of Doom as a franchise, you have to have been affected by or around when like the culture of Doom was created, which is as a gamer in the like early 90s, right? What are the odds that like if you just take all the women who play games today, what are the odds that they were given the access to Doom as a game? Hey Swizz, how's it going? To be fans of it today. It's like a really bro-y franchise. And that's not to say that like, how do I put this? I think there are concepts and topics and maybe genres that appeal to one gender more than the other. I think that's probably true. But again, I don't really understand what the point of saying that is. I don't understand what is the next thought that I'm supposed to think if you say, well, more boys are interested in Doom than girls. I don't understand. Like, if I meet a woman who's a fan of Doom, am I supposed to think that she's less of a fan because there are less women who like Doom? Am I supposed to think that she'd be less capable of designing Doom? Like, what is the active lesson that I'm supposed to be internalizing? I don't understand the point though. What is the subject? What are you trying to say is my question. What is being said? I'm sure there would have been a time when action films and blood and gore was considered like unseemly for women to consume as a media, right? I'm sure, I bet in like the early, like turn of the century, like not turn of the century, what am I trying to say? Like, pre like 1940s, I bet like going to the theater and watching something that was action heavy would have been considered like unseemly for women. I worked at a video shop in the like 2010s, early 2010s, and like every single weekend, the people hiring all of the slasher horror films, girls. If you are having this conversation in the 70s or 60s, you probably wouldn't have the data to be able to say, oh, girls like horror. But like, that's the experience that I was seeing. Like overwhelmingly. Like, yeah. So like, Doom, in my mind, is just downstream from that. Like, it wouldn't take much to convince me that 50 years from now, there'd be like a big, contingent of like some gory game that had like a majority female player base. That wouldn't surprise me at all. I just think like these kinds of opinions, like if you know many women, you probably you might not I don't know, you might not have these opinions, or like I don't know what you would do with them. Nobody that I know who spends much time around women thinks this way. I'm not even sure what it is that you think, though. That's, I guess, the other thing is I don't know what we're trying to do with this, with the mindset. Like, what's the logic? What's the argument? If it's just like, why do you think these things are this way? The answer is because they've been this way, mostly because they were gatekept, and they're still being gatekept. Let's be real. To a degree, they are still being gatekept. Because of like residual momentum, basically. Like it wasn't even that long ago. That if you went to like the biggest gaming conference, right? Not a convention, conference, like for professionals, that like women were used as like booth babes to like draw in people to the booths, marketing specific games or whatever. Like how that was like 10 years ago, 13 years ago, that we had booth babes in like a professional conference for game journalists and developers. Like that's like, imagine being a woman trying to be taken seriously in that environment. Like it's not been long enough. It really hasn't. Like we can have this conversation again in like 2036. And there are already like tons of examples of like very competent, award-winning designers, writers, artists, developers. The booth bears. Exactly. Yeah, I just don't think. I think it's fine to play armchair statistician about like demographics and such and such a gender tends to be more interested or less interested in such and such a topic. That to me is essentially valueless in the conversation around who should be hired for what jobs. I don't see that as being useful at all. It wouldn't surprise me if more people got hired in a specific demographic because of the interest, but in terms of competence, I wouldn't for a second make that assumption. Like if the claim is like women who are in a specific role are worse at their jobs on average than men in the same role, you would need like bulletproof, like mountains of evidence to make me believe that in any field, pretty much. If it's like an intellectual field rather than like a, I don't know, like strength training or something like that, right? Like there's domains where you can do it, but not in game development. If we force women into making games that they don't want to make, then games will suffer. Who is... I promise you that's not happening. No women are being forced, held at gunpoint. Make Call of Duty. No one is being forced into a job that they don't want to do. Okay? I promise you that's not happening. That's so funny. Could you imagine? Don't worry. If that's what you're worried about, I think we can all end the conversation sleeping, sleeping well tonight in our beds. All these women in STEM being forced to make my game. All the game jobs are being sucked up by women who don't even want to make them. Oh my gosh. Oh boy, that was good. It's so funny. The thing is, like, the idea that, like, there's even a universe where that's happening, where nobody is giving people opportunities to do a job that they don't want to do. That's not happening in any industry, in anywhere in the world, particularly not one of the most, like, sought after, cutthroat, brutal industries. None of those spots are going to people who don't want to be in them. Reminder? Oh, did you ask me that question and I missed it earlier? I have an idea for how I want to handle the water VFX. That's true, Zoranak. We tried a bunch of things, right? We've tried like flick and up. We've tried up and down. We've tried wave. And it was all really difficult. And I was looking at this version and I was thinking to myself, you know what I really like about this? I really like the way that each piece is a full story and is water in and of itself. And that I'm creating the particle systems around it. It's like each blob is its own little particle system. So like the idea was maybe I can create something where it's essentially like almost like like gears, right? Like if you take a gear and you use it, you put it next to another one, they like drive each other, because I want them to be in different directions. Like I want them to cascade left or right or whatever. I think that might be really interesting to look at. But because right now, if I have the most, like they're all going up right now, all the water is like shooting up and then falling down. Jolly Wally, do you have any, is there any study? Is there any concept? Like in what context would a woman find herself in a job in game design where she doesn't want to be there and her team does and does a bad job of it? Like what, can you even like give me one example of that ever happening? Let alone it being like a trend worth having an opinion on. Like that's just such an absurd thing to think about. People who want to make games spend their whole lives wanting to make games. And it's really hard and it's kind of thankless. You know, like people are so hostile towards developers. We know the environments have been hostile to women in the AAA space for so long. Which women are finding themselves as game developers and not wanting to be them? That's just so far away from like just what reality is that I don't know how you got that opinion. How would you even get hired if you weren't good at your job? In a job that like requires you to do a specific thing. This is for procedural animation. I mean, to the extent that I described it as one, yeah, but not super much. I mean, it's pretty hand drawn. It's just going to be in like, I'm going to use it like this, right? This is what I'm going to do. In fact, what I'll do is I'll export it and then you'll see. I've been exporting them. Check this out. So we go here, we go here, we go retro box, we go here, here, close that, drag this up. Now we've got this. Zoom. Then we go back over to here. We go here. I drag you in there. I take you, go there. I replace texture sheet. I resize particles. I press play. And then I do emission. Bzz, 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 bzz. Not like that. Not like that. 0, 0, 3, 3. So what I'm gonna do is have them be closer than that. And I'm gonna have lots of different kinds of that happening kind of as we go. We've got other versions of this kind of thing we've been working with all day. But I've been having trouble. And I don't know how much time I have left to invest on this. I'm so close. I just don't feel like I have it. Yeah, 2023 I was trying to do more procedural stuff. Now I think hand-drawn is better for what I'm trying to do with it. I think this is too thin. I think I needed this to be... The idea was... This is what the idea. The idea is if I look at it, each bit does its whole life cycle and stays like... It's kind of like it stays solid for a while, right? There's like maybe you should watch this thing spin like 2 or 3 times before it dissipates. So that if you go like this, you see like spin, 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 disappears, spin, 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 spin. So that there's a point at which all of these are spinning and they're offset slightly and there's bigger versions and smaller versions and whatever. But it's kind of like a cascading. The problem is just that I made it too, I think I always do this. I've made it too, like it probably shouldn't twist back over itself like that. I don't know what I don't know. This one was pretty good there. That was pretty fun. That was... that's splash 6. So like if you take this and you swap it with 6, there's kind of something cool going on there. It looked better originally. I mucked up. I've changed it a lot. All right, if you take that and you put way more of them there, like 10, 15, right, you get more of that wave. The problem was that I'm really struggling to solve the dissipation question. So like all of these here, right now, they're very self-contained. They don't spray. Because when they did, it was really obvious when I was emitting a lot of them, you would see a lot of the emission, not the emission, the disintegration was very pixelated and obvious. It didn't look very, very nice. So I tried like a version that was maybe one that was more self-contained. I tried to affect gravity or something like that. That's not what I wanted. Medium 2, 4. You know, I've tried like, but this just looks like hot water. We have played around with sub-emitters. The current one has sub-emitters. You can see there, I'm doing like spray afterwards. It's not quite right yet. They're not really falling at the right speed. So if I put that like on Armin and then center it. You know, it's too much, you know, right now. There's too much happening. And there's too much happening because I'm trying to create volume. But I think the volume has to come from the particle system. Sorry, from the sprites. Because it's too chaotic like this. It's too much noise, in my opinion. I think it should be more stable. Because it almost looks like fire once you crank it up too high. So what I'm looking for is like, when I move like this, rather than there being like 12 particles here, there should be like 4 big ones and then like 3 little ones. Like the body should be made up quite clearly. And so in my mind, I'm thinking like, this is where I got to the circle version. Because I'm thinking like, well, I just want to describe like, I guess something that looks like this. It's just like a volume of like, it's like an amount of space that I can have like 2 or 3 or whatever it is. You know, that's kind of how I expect it to be, where the light parts of this, like where inside of these there is a flow. That's what I thought would work. The alternative, it's either rotate, that keeps it in space, and you can rotate it chaotically different directions, or it's just vertical, up, down. But vertical up, down doesn't really feel good. And then if you try to like crash in a direction, then you need to bias the direction based on which direction you're moving, and that feels not right. So it just doesn't, it feels like what I'm trying to do is create blocks. You know, it's with the fire, it's like I'm spawning fire in space, frozen, and it goes and disappears. But water, because it's, you know, preservation of mass, you know, water, it falls. Yeah, bubbles or like icy dust, you know, maybe could work like that. Well, that's what I was trying to do with this, Elzak, was like, let the water... Hello? One sec. One sec, pals. Well, in Insignia, Elzac, the fire works for attacks and movement. So like here, right, it's a trail for the hedgehog. But that also is moving around the sword. And if I had a fire attack that was a sword swing, it would follow the sword path. So they all have to be particles that you can trail around a specific point. There's no rule, but that's the approach that I've taken with everything else so far. Like, yeah, technically there's no rule, but right now it's really straightforward for me to say, spawn, I've got 16 abilities. When I'm making a new ability, I say spawn grass here behind the player for the entire duration of this ability, and it's done. I don't have to think about how the grass looks. I just say, this is a grass ability, go. Yeah, of course we thought about that, and it's an approach that I took. I've spent. This is the thing. I've spent like months on this over the last 3 years, and every time I tried to do something procedural, doing it by hand was way better, eventually, and way simpler. Like hand drawing it makes it behave exactly how you want it to. I just need to know what to hand draw. It also looks way more pixel art authentic. It just looks more cohesive for it to be hand drawn. It's really just a question of like, does it need to be a bit more symbolic? Yeah, it is hard. It is hard. It's hard, but if I get it right, then I don't have to worry about it anymore. I don't have to worry about 4 different water effects across 4 different abilities. I don't have to worry about different particle system settings and tweaking this and that. Hey, welcome. So to be clear, something like this would be perfect. It's just that I didn't seem to be able to get that working right. Visually though, it's pretty much what I expect. The problem was, I think this is too selective, these experiments. But in terms of like, it really just comes down to, I mean, there are ideas here that I had. For example, I had one idea that I've been floating with this afternoon where it's more about, when we talk about persistence, it's not being more stable, it's that there's like an emission that goes on for a long time. So like in this instance here, if you look at this point, it's emitting more water for like all these frames during the life cycle of the thing. So it's like it's like emitting, and then it turns off now and wraps up. So there's a lot of flow and there's a lot of consistency. It doesn't have to disappear so quickly. The only thing then becomes like preservation of mass. That's the only other question. So having the bits fly off makes it a little bit like, oh, there must be water that it's losing in the thing. Maybe I have to do way more. Maybe it's not enough. I don't know. It's also like the directionality of it. Like, is this depth working for me to fold it over like that? Is it too specific? Maybe it needs to be more abstract like this. So I feel like it's like what I'm doing right now. What the heck? Okay. What I'm doing right now is like there's a space that I'm searching within where it's like if you go in this direction, you end up over here, but you need to be more like this. So you go up in this, you try again, and you end up sort of here. And it's like, well, I need it more like actually still up, but like up over here. So then I try again and I end up over here. And it's like I'm just fleshing out the space until I find something, hopefully, that meets all of those criteria. That's like this one up here. And I don't know, like I feel like I am learning things and getting closer. Different properties, you know? And yeah, certainly there's like a different whole approach we could take where we do this as like a ribbon, you know? In 2D, you know, and you shade it or whatever with like a noise thing. Like, yeah, that's possible. I just don't want to explore that space because there's too many options. When do you think Insignia will release? Depends on funding, which is dependent on me pitching, which is dependent on me doing this water effect. So I can put a trailer together and move on with grey boxing so I can scope a project. It's the last effect that I don't have anything for that I like. Everything, yeah, Insignia releasing hinges on me doing a good job with this water shader. There's lightning, and there's like wind, leaves, like grass, air kind of thing. Have you not seen the lightning? I'm sure you have. Like that. Yeah. Yeah, what I'm going for is this. Well, that's what I was going for. But I don't think I can necessarily get that flow following that curvature like that. Oh, thanks, Nib to Nib. Yeah, I mean, there's something about like maybe you do particle systems with emission ribbons or something like that. Yeah, but it's not like our weapon swing. It's like any weapon swing. It's like all of the swings. You know what I mean? I refuse to set up my team for a scenario where like I ask them to do like 5 different swings for every element or something like that. Or just to not know, you know? Like there are constraints on the project, you know, and at a certain point, like I didn't think I'd ever be able to do this. Genuinely, I thought, no way, this is too complicated of an effect. But I got it. So I have to believe in myself. I have to. GMTK Jam? I'm not sure. I mean, maybe it's like that. Maybe it's more of like a wind that has water splashes. Like I could do these easily as particles. Those are like fixed, like flat. Like these kinds of flat. these kinds of things here, where you do like you know, these bits that sort of swirl out. You do like lots of different kinds of like water splashy sprays, and you use like this color for them. That we could do. Like this stuff is actually super easy. Because it's already got the flow in it, and it's kind of just like a single keyframe. The only thing is that works for like area of effect kind of thing. That's a really cool effect. Like that doesn't read like water to me. So let's have a look. These emitters, you kind of just throw the splashies out. So if I did something that was like this, beats of this, some bigger, some smaller, and they were kind of more like linear. So I had like, but then these ones were in front, so they were doing this, this, and then this at the front of that, right? And then had like splishy splashies going around it, coming off of it. I think I only need to figure out how I want to represent the trail of this. Maybe I just have it like break up. And then I could do the caustics as just like something that goes over the top almost, I wonder. Maybe I just cheat that. I don't know. Let's go back and look at it again. Like, see here, it's just sort of like it's just a stream. It's just like a line. The problem is that even the line has a flow to it. There's a shader moving along the line. I mean, we could billboard something. They are linear. I think it's just, it's going to be so hard to do flow if we don't have a ribbon. I know. You guys were saying it, and it's true. Without a ribbon, it's going to be really hard to do flow. Because what directions are moving in, you know? That looks really good. There's something else of like, just like an explosion of water. Like it's just splash. It's just splashing, cascading. Just constantly. Just like little splashy explosions. It's just like we kind of did something like that ages ago. 2024. This thing. This guy. But I think the idea is for it to not fan out quite like that. Dude, if I could make that, oh, I'd be so proud of myself. I just don't think I can. I don't think I can. Do you think I could hand draw, like, do you think I could hand draw? This is crazy, but like a thing that was like a vertical strip, and I animate the strip by hand. And I do the whole thing as if it was just like on a ribbon. You know, whatever. And billboard this. And then play this, like scroll it. As pixel art and have it still look like pixel art. Will it need to animate? I suppose the question is, if I'm going to go that far, why not just do it with noise? I guess the answer is it depends on what I want to do with it. It depends on if I think I'm confident enough achieving it with noise, or if I want to stylize it. Yeah, I might try it. I don't know. I want to be open-minded. It's tough. This is the thing. I guess like this is one of those director things that I'm trying to learn how to be better at. When do you take a gamble on this kind of thing? You know, I don't know. I don't know if this is right to do, or if I should simplify and just cut my losses and say, well, the game can only look as good as I can make it with the skills that I already have. When do you invest in this kind of additional exercise? I don't know. Hey, Celtic. Like, this has to be moving for this to work. Which means it has to be the same. Like, I don't even know how to make this ribbon thing work. Right? That's what I would do. I would like pick a thing that I already know how to do and polish it. But I just think I might be hitting a hard limit. Like, I'm trying to do this effect and I'm trying to like absolutely nail it. And I'm getting 70%, 60% of what I want when I put it in the engine. And I feel like the more time I put into it, I get like 65, 72, 66, 71, 54, 70. It's like, but none of them are like 80 or 90. I'd be happy with 85. I really think like this moment here, that could be like one particle. Like it's like lots of streams of water colliding in one spot. And that's one particle. And then above that, another set of splashy streams hitting one spot. So it's like there's chaos and there's dynamism. And it's not biased in a particular way. That's true. I don't want to, yeah. It's tough, man. It's really tough. Because even things like particle size matter. Like, the bigger it is, the more space you have to convince the eye of what it is. So like this one here, I really liked this one. It's too vertical, but it's got a lot of mass in it. That moment there is so cool. Seeing the caustics, the foam separate into those like little bits. That I feel like is worth so much. This is great. Like that moment here, oh, it looks so good. That, oh, it really feels like one continuous thing. I just think I was so close. I was so close with this, like, not this. This is probably too detailed, too small. I think I just need to like spend a little bit more time. There's like something in what I've been doing here, and I can feel that there's an approach. I'm just not. I haven't been paying enough attention to it today. I've been really tired today, so I'm struggling today. Just because I slept like 5 hours last night. Yeah. Not just water slash, but just water. There's something interesting where if we just do this thing. Oh, but it's not going to know what angle we're moving in. Like I can't with this approach just, well, I can't do this. I don't know that that line is there and this is here. And I don't know that this ring goes that way and that way and that way. Like this could well just be like that, you know, for all it knows. Unless, well, not necessarily. If I know that I'm spawning them here and I always go around like that, then I can always put them somewhere on the arc or on the outside. That's the texture. Ignore all of that. Pivoted there. Yeah. I think I get it. I think I get it. And maybe we do like bubbles behind it and stuff. You know, we could do like soft kind of like. You know, things that hang around. If these are flicking off little specks like that, I think that's going to look like water a lot. And now all I'm missing is my little... Maybe I could do some sort of like... just thing that looks like... that somewhere. Just like spawn one in over the top. Or at the start of this little thing here, I go like, it's a circle and it has this through it. And it's sort of spiky, like a spiky Pepsi. Or maybe we never get that. There's something I'm seeing here that's kind of interesting, which is that like a lot of these effects, they do this thing where they don't try to localize the volume of the water. Like see, or there is kind of like there's like a head. You see these like little front bits, but like that's not very watery, that front bit. It's sort of more the off trail. Like the splashy stuff is happening off of where the particle is. So maybe it's like, rather than trying to even draw this, it's just, you know, the rest of it. You could even have like something here that's just like an explosive. Well, I don't want it to be explosive. I want it to flow, but... I think like splashing is good because it's chaotic and it doesn't have a specific motivation in terms of the direction other than out. And I can do that with the particle system. Like splashing is doable. It also has a dispersive quality to it that means that like I don't have to explain where the water goes afterward. I think I probably could do something where it starts as a wobbly shape. With, you know, with the watery, splashy, whatever caustic things. And then bursts. So I could do this thing where I have like this into this as like bubbles almost. It's like, you know, so you get the trail and you get the splash. So I'm spawning in an orb that gets kind of a little chaotic over a very short amount of time. And then and so I can still get my trail that I want along a very defined line, and I get something that still reads as water. I think that might be it. And now I have to go. I'm cooking some steak. Yeah. Well, it's all magic anyway, so like it just needs to read as water, you know, at all. If it reads as water at all, then we're in a good spot. The nature of the water, the activity of it can be whatever. Doesn't really matter. I loved this. Like all this stuff was so cool. If I could do this, I will. If I can somehow keep that aspect into it. But it's so frustrating that it's so close. Maybe I can work in some of it. But anyway, I gotta go now. Let's raid. Booyah. Thanks, everyone. I had a lot of fun. Hope you did too. I'll be back tomorrow. We'll do more. Okay? Hopefully I solved this tonight. Twas a pleasure. If you like my content, wishlist Insignia on Steam. And see you all very soon. That's the stream. As always, I've been Adam. You've been the Pixel Pals. This has been the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Also, there's a new video on my YouTube channel. If you haven't watched it, go watch it. Just even to be polite. Till next time.